or something, you want him out.
Yeah. Do we know who the umps are, by the way?
It's O'Shaughnessy and I think it said
Illingworth?
Baldwin.
Ah, Baldwin, yes, that might be right.
Let me double check that. It's definitely O'Shaughnessy.
Right. Steve O'Shaughnessy.
And it is, yeah, Baldwin. And Peter Such is the CLO.
Oh, right. Baldwin's Christian name?
Paul.
Yeah, he's one of the guys who didn't play first class, is that right?
I think that's right,
yeah.
Yes.
Steve O'Shaughnessy's ex-Lancashire, obviously. Famously of the... Well, one stage he had the fastest 100 and he was a declaration 100 he got.
Oh, right.
Like 40 balls or something.
God, you can hear that wind in the mic, can't you?
Yeah, but do you want to turn the effects mic down a bit? Is it a bit too loud? When you want a bit of sound, that's the thing. I'll turn it down a touch.
It's hard to know, isn't it?
You kind of want some atmos, because otherwise it
exactly.
You don't want to sound as if you're in a tin box.
No.
I've just turned down a touch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let us know when you want to, press the button. So we're working without a stream at the minute. Do you think? Way on. Which will be which one? Top right. Oh, Ed's got a much better view of that than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true, actually, and I've got a very good.
Yeah.
I've got a wonderful view of it.
So the umps are there. So do you want us to? Well, good morning from the Bristol County Ground, and what a sound that is. Spectators and a visible joy among the people on the ground this morning as we bring you coverage of this local derby at the top of the group between Gloucestershire and Somerset. There is a sprinkling of spectators in the ground. Obviously it is a socially distanced crowd, but it is a crowd that will welcome A, the sight of cricket, and B, the sight of Tom Lammonby and Eddie Byram walking out to bat for Somerset after Chris Dent won the toss this morning. Morning to Ed Seaborn, is alongside me.
Good morning, Ian.
And a very good toss to win, you would hope.
It's certainly a very good toss to win, and with the wind, which you quite rightly said, means that David Payne as the left armour, with the wind aiding the ball coming into the right-handers. Not that they're right-handed at the moment, you've got two left-handers opening the batting for Somerset, but the wind will help his shape. So David Payne is going to bowl the first over by the looks of things from the Ashley Down Road end. And, well, like you said, what a sound it was. I couldn't help but feel more than a little emotional as the umpires walked out, and a few spectators standing ovation, but everybody applauding, cheering. That noise is a noise that we've not heard for a long time, and having been in the ground covering these matches and not having sounds like that, you only realise quite how much you missed them now that they're back.
It is going to be Payne to open the bowling. There is one change in the Gloucestershire team from the side that won at Lords. Miles Hammond comes in at number 7 for George Hankins, so it's a straight swap of arguably a specialist batsman in that position. And Payne will bowl the first ball of this match to Eddie Byram with 4 slips in place, and Payne bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, running away from us past umpire Baldwin, and bowls it down the leg side, and it's taken by James Bracey, for whom you suspect the next couple of weeks might get quite exciting.
Well, it wasn't a surprise at all to see him in the squad, especially given the circumstances surrounding players being rested from the IPL. But I mean, such great news for the club and for him that he's going to be part of that Test series against New Zealand.
Payne comes in again, second ball of the day, and again that's a bit straight, a bit better line, and Byron plays it from the crease and out into the offside, fielded by Higgins, who might be pretty keen to bowl from the other end. Whether he will get the new ball from the other end, we will see shortly. Just to recap then, that Gloucestershire side in full: Dent, Brathwaite, Bracey, Lace, Cobain, Higgins, Hammond, Smith, Payne, Worrell and Matt Taylor. Hammond in for Hankins, the one change from the last game. We're in the first over of the match, and Payne in again. It's a bit leg side. It clipped just past Ian Cobain at mid-wicket, in the air for a while. Not all that long though. There was an ooh from the crowd, but you get nothing for an ooh, and Somerset are away with a single to Byram. And as Ed said, they've got 2 left-handers at the top of the order, and Tom Lammonby really has sort of announced his arrival into first-class cricket. He's only 20 with a very good start. Looks a player of a lot of potential.
Well, he's a terrific stroke maker. Had a bit of a rough start to the season, I think you could say, to be fair, but I think he's starting to come out of it now.
Payne again to Lammonby, who drives up to mid-on, fielded with no addition to the score. The Somerset side, Ed, you can give details of that, and just to bear in mind, in their last 11 first-class matches, that's last season and this season, they have had 8 wins. So this is a very strong team. Payne back at the end of his run once more. Paul Baldwin's the umpire at the bowler's end from this Ashley Down Road end, and again a little bit leg side from Payne, but played back up the pitch once more by Lammonby.
Yeah, so last match, which wasn't a match really, I think Somerset played on maybe 2 of the days, but one of the days that they did play on, they managed about 9 overs, something like that, so it really wasn't a match. Leach and Craig Overton were both rested for that match by the ECB, but they're both back for this one.
Payne again. That's a better ball that's squeezed away off the gap, outside edge of the back between 4th slip and point, and there's a chase and a good stop by Tom Lace, and they'll come back for 3. So Somerset away in David Payne's first over. Payne, of course, having a wonderful game at Lords, 11 wickets in the match, 5 in the first innings and 6 in the second, and all this having become a father on the 1st of May as well. So he's off and running, and there could be a milestone for him in this game too, which we might talk about again in due course. But Lammonby has 3, Byram has 1, and it will be Higgins.
Yeah, well, I guess he had his cap off, so that was the clue. Having said that, Dan Worrell doesn't tend to field in a cap, and he's not got one on, but it will be the same opening combination as there was at Lords for Gloucestershire's last match, Payne and Higgins. So just that Somerset side in full then. Lammonby and Byram opening up, Abel, Hildreth, Bartlett, Goldsworthy, Stephen Davis keeping wicket, then Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey and Jack Leach. So Higgins over the wicket to start off with from the Bristol Pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Lammonby. And the pitch, as I'm sure you can see, there's a tinge of green to it. Certainly more of a tinge of green than we've seen with the pitches so far this season, but I think given what's happened with the weather here, you can understand why it's more green. As here's Higgins bowls to Lammonby. Lammonby turns leg side, he comes down the pitch, this could be a run out. Derek Headley's given the first wicket for Gloucestershire, and where, oh where was Tom Lammonby going? There was never a single there, and Ian Cobain has effected the run out, and Somerset are 4 for 1. Byram, quite rightly, never interested in that single. A bit of, unfortunately, you have to say, headless chicken cricket from Tom Lammonby. Came too far down. The direct hit sees him on his way.
And probably Cobain only had a stump and a half drain at. He was almost parallel with the stumps at this Ashley Down Road end, and it just glanced across the front of the stumps, but it was an underarm throw, one of those ones where he didn't need to go for power because he wasn't that far away from the stumps themselves. Just made sure, picked the ball up cleanly, and it was almost like a little gentle lob in a way. But yes, that was a poor call for a run, and it means Somerset have an initial problem with one of their left-handed openers gone. And actually, in all the cricket we've seen over the last, the Bob Ellis Trophy last year and the start of this season, I don't think we've had a lot of potential run-out situations, but I'm not sure Gloucestershire have really had one that's been as potentially significant as that.
Yeah, so the only run-outs I can remember off the top of my head, there was a run out of Verdi in the Surrey match, and I'm struggling to remember another one. And like you say, that was, I mean, of course it was significant to end the innings, but you had Topley and Verdi, and who were not exactly two recognised batsmen. So yeah, what a blow that is for Somerset, blow for Gloucestershire, whichever way round you look at it. So Tom Abel is in, 3 slips in place, and he comes down the pitch immediately, and that's flicked off something out into the short fine leg region. Must have been a bit of glove involved, and they've come through for a single. So Abel off the mark to his first delivery, 5 for 1. And Abel, who got some runs against Middlesex in the last match that he actually batted in, because Somerset did not bat at all in their last match. They bowled for 68 overs against Surrey. As Higgins bowls to Byram, full, and defended away out into the covers, and the energy in the field, you can see it, can't you? It's very different already from when the ground was empty. Even there, with a ball that had basically stopped by the time it got to the fielders. There were 2 fielders fighting over who was going to pick the ball up. Here comes Higgins, he's in and bowls, and Byram is defensively playing back up the grassy side of the pitch.
I mean, dare I say, there's several reasons for that. It's a top of the table game, it's a local derby, you've won the toss, the pitch looks quite helpful, and you've got a wicket in the second over to a run out, and you've bolstered all that together. It's unsurprising that there is a real keenness out there, and you've got spectators back in the ground.
Here comes Higgins, bowls to Byram, angles that one away down to short third man. Chris Dent's in the slide and does the fielding, so Byram will keep the strike, and the score 6 for 1 after 2 overs. Tidy enough start from Higgins. Ball doesn't seem to be doing a massive amount so far, but then it's only 2 overs old, and you would think that the ball is going to start to do something, because it's pretty much, maybe not quite as warm, but it's pretty much perfect swing bowling conditions, you'd think, early on.
Yeah, we could be on umbrella watch today, because the weather is coming from the scoreboard side of the ground, and the wind is really helping those clouds go right across. It's very grey overhead at the moment, but Payne in, and that's all clipped pleasantly away past Matt Taylor, who's got to chase out towards wide mid-on, and they'll come back for, they thought about a third there, but I think given what's happened already, they've decided to wait and just take the 2. The ground staff certainly had a little bit of late mopping up to do. A couple of the old previously used wicket ends looked a bit wet, but they got the little sopper out on those specific parts of the square. 8 for 1 Somerset. Lallenby run out by Ian Cobain in the second over, and here is Payne in to bowl to Eddie Byram, and Byram plays that defensively back up the pitch. Born in Zimbabwe, but he's got an Irish passport, which is helpful. Hamish Marshall had one of those, didn't he, at one stage? I think that's why he was...
Was it Irish? I've forgotten that, actually.
I'm sure he had an Irish passport. Payne past umpire Baldwin, and hits Byram on the thigh pad, and trickles out on the offside. Obviously the one Gloucestershire change is Hammond for Hankins. Not only is he in the same place in the batting order, he's in the same place in the slip cordon as well, fielding at second slip. And only had one first-class game last season, Miles Hammond, so bit of a point to prove himself in a way. Payne in once more. That's a little bit further back of a length, a little bit shorter, and played out again by Byram into the offside, fielded by Lace, who nice to see him get some runs at Lords in the win. Got an unbeaten 30 in the little chase at the end with Gloucestershire needed 90 on that third evening, but good for him to get a red inker, as they say. 8 for 1 in the third over. Somerset having been put in, and David Payne running away from us and bowls, and that's played inside the line. I think he took the bat away there, really, Byram, and goes through to Bracey.
And speaking of Bracey, so far he's probably got two runs. He's got 2 scores in the games that in some ways may have mattered most. He's got runs in the local derby, and then he also got runs against Middlesex in a match that was televised, and I think that does make a bit of a difference still.
Payne, that just wobbled a little bit in the air as that's let go by Byram off the last ball of the over, but Payne with, let's say, a little bit leg side in the first over, but got his line a bit better in that one. So a couple of overs from him at the start of this Somerset innings. 2 overs for 6, and Higgins opening over just cost a couple of runs. 8 for 1 Somerset having been put into bat, and of course these two teams first and second in this group, although Somerset have played a game more. They only have 3 matches after this, which are Hampshire and Leicestershire at home, and they finish at the Oval. And critically, when Gloucestershire go to the Oval next week, Somerset don't play.
Well, it's a little gloomy here, but there were a few spots of rain. Thankfully they seem to have gone for now, and Abel carves out his guard once more, as here comes Higgins and bowls to him, and once more Abel's using his feet and dropping that one down into the square leg region, and he takes off for a single. So Abel is not just going to let Ryan Higgins settle into his line and length, and Abel, he's actually, in fact, he was out doing that at Taunton in one of his innings to Ryan Higgins, so I don't think Higgins is going to mind seeing him walk at him at all. So Byram on strike. Here is Higgins round the wicket, bowls, and that's left alone outside off stump. But Abel was out LBW, getting too far across and down the pitch a little bit. He lost his bearings, so I'm not entirely sure that you'd immediately see James Bracey come up to the stumps, as you might perhaps for somebody else who was using their feet as he is early on in his innings. Here's Higgins, bowls wide of the crease, trying to angle that one in towards the left-handers off stump, but the leave was a good one from Byram, who has come into the side in place of Tom Banton of late. Banton, who has I guess, struggled at the top of the order. As here's Higgins and bowls, and that's turned away to mid-wicket by Eddie Byram. Straight to Cobain this time, and no thought of a run.
Now that's where Cobain was for the Lammonby single, as we'll call it. He's definitely saving one there. He's probably 5 strips from the batsman, but by the time he's walked in, he's a lot closer, and that's what deceived Lammonby.
Here's Higgins is in and bowls, and Byron playing inside the line of that one. I think he does tend to play inside as well as do the old shoulder arms, so I don't think he really played at that one. But Higgins back over the wicket, and Byram so far keeping things pretty calm. And there goes Steve O'Shaughnessy's hat as Higgins bowls, and that's turned straight to Cobain at mid-wicket. So that's the end of a over which just conceded the 1. Somerset are 9 for 1 after 4 overs as umpire O'Shaughnessy goes off to retrieve his cap, which had, thankfully for him, not blown away like one of the advertising boards did earlier on. It really is very windy today, and one of the advertising boards over towards the car park at the corner of the flats blew completely off and disappeared out of my sight into the car park, so hopefully that didn't do any damage, but it is very breezy today.
It's Cobain and Smith just having a brief chat as the players changed ends for the start of David Payne's next over, with 3 slips in, point, cover and mid-off on the offside. And Payne to Abel for the first time, and that's across him, and Abel lets that go, and it's taken quite low down by Bracey. Come back to that wind and the spectators today. It's coming from almost behind them, which probably makes it feel not quite as cold.
It's the only blessing, really,
watching on that side of on the scoreboard side of the ground, because if that stand had been on the Kennington Avenue side, it would have been pretty bitter, I think. Abel quite a long way across his stumps, and Payne lost his run halfway up, so he pulled out, and he will walk back once more. Not a very long run for Payne, but clearly not happy with his rhythm as he set off. There are various markings on the outfield, and he got his line wrong with his own. Comes in again, and that just straightened a little bit, and Abel didn't really play a shot at it. Hit him on the thigh pad and just rebounded out on the offside. There was one ball in Higgins' last over that appeared to have a little bit more carry than the rest. I think it was the penultimate one, and certainly one ball in this over Bracey took very low down. Payne cruises in again. That's a little bit outside the off stump again, and let go by Abel. Might have just come in just very, very slightly, but it was wide enough that Abel could let it go. If you've joined us in the last quarter of an hour or so, just since play started, it was quite a moment when the teams came out and everybody on the ground applauded the two sides with as much enthusiasm as you could imagine, given it's their first time in the ground since 2019. That's quite wide from Payne, let go by Abel outside the off stump, taken by Bracey in front of Carlos Brathwaite, who's got his 2 hands in his pockets at first slip. I don't blame him. He might even have 2 sweaters on, but he's not had much go his way actually in terms of catches in the games here at the Bristol County Ground, that's for sure, and he'd love a score too. And he comes to bat. Here is Payne then once more to Abel, and he's worked that right in front of his pad out to Cobain. There is some sawdust that was put down where Payne's landing his front foot, and even this is only in the 3rd over, that might need to be replaced, don't you think, Ed? Because it's quite worn already.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a constant thing, isn't it, I think, on a day like this, and with conditions having been as they have been over the last few days, so much rain almost every day.
9 for 1 Somerset, and Abel lets that go, and again doesn't go through any great height to Bracey, but Payne's line a little bit variable so far. This second over of the three, probably the best of the ones he's bowled. And you know, in a sense, I suppose it creates its sort of own pressure in a way. You've taken 11 wickets at Lords, you've come back in, and everybody thinks you're going to, you know, roll over the Somerset top order in what look to be helpful conditions, and so far it hasn't quite happened. 9 for 1 after 5 overs.
Well, it was a lovely interview with David Payne on the TMS podcast.
Which I heard actually, yeah, very good.
And one of the things that he said was that you do just feel different every time you bowl, and he was saying that he fully expects it not to feel like it did at Lords here, and I suspect so far it hasn't, as Higgins is in bowls and angles that one across the left-handed Byram, who shoulders arms outside the off stump. But it was a very nice interview, that, and you know, as he says, sometimes you bowl that well and you only take a few wickets, you don't take 11, so just fantastic for him to get that reward at that time, as well as Higgins bowls. That's off a outside schnick down to third slip, and it's fielded by Chris Dent there, so no run. But really the week couldn't have got much busier for David Payne, because after having the birth of his child, taking 11 wickets at Lords, all of a sudden his media commitments seem to be going through the roof as well, so he probably
which wasn't a surprise really, was it?
No. Here comes Higgins, he bowls. Oh, that's a flashing drive from Byram, and it passes his outside edge. That was not a good shot from Byram. It was not there really to be driven, and he had a good go at that. It was the only thing you could say, maybe if he'd made contact with it, it might have flashed past the slips, but having said that, I don't think we want to be trying that again too soon. As Higgins bowls, and this time Byram does play inside the line of it, but it was a testing line and length from Ryan Higgins. And you were talking about that grass cover on the pitch. It looks to me like it's not even in so much as, in general, fuller length, there's not so much grass, but there are sort of patches on a good length as well, as Higgins is in and bowls, and that comes off a inside half of the bat down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single, and the score moves to 10 for 1. Byram up to 5, so tidy enough from Gloucestershire. Just 2 runs and over for Somerset, and they're not really, any of them, from 1 through to even 10, they're not batsmen who want to be tied down. They want to be scoring runs, so keeping things tight is important. 1 ball in fact to go in the over, as Higgins bowls to Abel, once more using his feet and coming down the pitch, and this time just playing defensively out towards Tom Lace at cover point. So 10 for 1 after 6 overs.
Have a sanitisation break here, and just to pick up on that point, I would say that, how far would I go back? Do you go back sort of 20 years maybe, and say that, you know, Somerset have had this reputation of playing what you would call very aggressive cricket, and there are going to be some holes in that now and again, but equally they back themselves to come out on the right side more often than not. I mean, you are going to get the odd occasion where they get bowled out for what looks quite a low score, and they haven't batted for very many overs, and you think, well, almost like kamikaze kind of tactics, but that's the way they generally approach it. They don't like to get, you know, and partly that is, I'm sure, is driven by the pitches at Taunton, which you know, for a long time had good pace in them. Here is Payne to continue his opening stint, and that's a better line. That's more like where he wants to be bowling, pulling Byram forward. He was inside the line, but he was just teasing him enough that he had to play at it, and taken by Bracey.
Yeah, it was the line, wasn't it? Because yes, he did play inside the ball, but the ball was so good that it still, you'd say, it beat him. I think, yeah, like you say, the pitches, I think, allow them quite often to play like that at Taunton, a bit like we were talking about with the Surrey batsmen when they were here.
Payne once more and steered into the point region where Lace does the fielding. If you've been with us on the official Gloucestershire web stream for the other matches, you'll know that Lace is a busy fielder in that area, and he's often not only saving runs but a very good pair of hands as well. Payne in, and that's steered with a very soft hands by the left-handed Byram down to Dent at third slip. No run. Lacey was keen to impart some more sort of wisdom to his captain. Three slips and a point and a sort of straightish mid-off for Payne, who just tries to, again, to get Byram just to clip that off his pads in towards Tom Smith at mid-wicket. He's playing for that, but that's why Smith is there. He's quite straight there, and if they think that Byram has a weakness there was an early shot in the first over which was a bit too square for Ian Cobain, but that was kind of what they were playing for. Payne once more, that's going away. That did go in the air, no question about that, but it was too wide and Byram could let it go.
Yep, the old started wide and got wider, that one, but we will be encouraged to see a bit more movement there. But I think both these batsmen, you don't mind them playing through the leg side too much. You can give them that cover at mid-wicket and just say, okay, if you want to bowl straight, then do. And there were catches in that last match. There was a catch at mid-wicket in the last match as well.
Byram does work this wide of Cobain on this occasion, down to Dan Worrell, who we'll see shortly, no doubt, and they've come back for a couple. He's got a bit of ground to make up from his position down in front of the clock at the Bristol Pavilion end of the ground. So 12 for 1. We've had an interesting first 25 minutes or so with a run out of Tom Lammonby by Ian Cobain in the second over. 4 for 1 at that stage, 12 for 1 now. And a reminder too, if you've joined us late, one change from the Gloucestershire side, Miles Hammond in for George Hankins. Other than that, it's the same side that did so well to win at Lords in 3 days, and not only to win with a day to spare, but also get an extra day off at a point when it's been a hectic start to the season with matches starting on Thursdays every week, and Worrell's in now at mid-wicket.
Here is Higgins, bowls to Abel, and this time Abel gets it just backward of square on the leg side with the clip, and he will pick up 2 runs as David Payne gets the throw in, having come across from long leg.
Right, so George Scott's out on the field, so I'm just trying to see who's gone off. Maybe that's why Worrell has come in to mid-wicket. I wonder whether Cobain's gone off the field for some reason.
Here comes Higgins in bowls. Abel once more using his feet, defending off a thick inside edge towards Worrell at that short mid-wicket position, and there's no run. I was just looking actually to see, I was talking about that catch at mid-wicket. I think it was a one-hander from Tom Lace in the reverse fixture. It was off Hildreth. So evidence that they're going to play their shots. If they think the ball's too straight, they're going to play those whips through mid-wicket as Abel drives pleasantly but straight to mid-off, and a few joking oohs from Gloucestershire as I don't think Eddie Byram was too far down, but they were wanting him to know that he might have been.
Yeah, I think it's Matt Taylor who's gone off actually, because Cobain is at mid-off.
Here comes Higgins, he bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, so in fact it was George Scott down at long leg rather than David Payne, and Payne is currently at mid-on for the right-hander Abel.
I wonder if it's a change of boots for Taylor, perhaps, with the thought that he may be called upon shortly.
I don't think he's actually picked the ball up yet, has he? So I don't think it can be anything injury-wise. You'd hope not. As Higgins bowls to Abel, and Abel leaves outside the off stump. This one maybe just on the angle as much as anything, coming back towards Tom Abel, but at the moment not a great deal happening for Ryan Higgins, and I think you'd have to say at the moment Tom Abel's footwork seems to be working pretty well as he comes down, plays a little squirtily out towards backward point, but doesn't pick up a run. 14 for 1 Somerset after 8 overs. It's tidy bowling, not too many alarm bells for Somerset, but at the moment it's building that pressure, and the one thing you wonder is if Gloucestershire just bowl that tiny bit fuller and try to get them driving a bit more. At the moment they seem to be quite happy just to sit on a good length, and you know, we'll see. At the moment I think they're playing the waiting game with that line and length.
Taylor's back on the field, and David Payne's to continue from this Ashley Down Road, and again that was, to use Ed's line from earlier, wide and going wider. So let go by the left-handed Byram. He has 7.
But it was also pitched up a bit more as well, and you could see the shape on that ball, so you just wonder if he can bowl one a little bit straighter than that. Is he going to get the same shape?
Well, that's the challenge. 7 to Byram, 4 to Abel. Payne, and that is a bit straighter, and that just held its line, probably didn't really go away, and that meant that Byram could sort of move towards it, but really he was playing well inside the line. Still 3 slips in. Brathwaite was applauding Higgins in the last over, I think really for getting a little bit of bounce out of the pitch more than anything else. Hammond at second, Dent at third. And Payne, that was a bit shorter this time, and again inside the line goes the bat of Byram, 23 years old. And this is actually it's not an old group, this Somerset team. Davis is 34, but he and Hildreth really the only players in the autumn of their career, you'd say. Payne again, a little bit back of a length once more. Cobain's quickly onto it, and again Somerset's running. It was a good call by able to send it back. Again, there wasn't really a single there, but they haven't worked out that Ian Cobain is quite sharp on the singles, then surely Lammonby's dismissal would have told them that. I know that was to his wrong side, and he's a right-handed thrower, but still that would have been a tight single.
Abel walking all the way down to the other end. There wasn't even a meeting in the middle there. Abel walking down and saying, "There's not a single there, mate."
And there's not a single there either, as again Byron just plays round his front pad and up to mid-on.
It was very similar to the run out, the only difference being I think that Cobain had to move just a little bit further, which meant that when he got the throw off it wouldn't have been in time anyway. But just similar little sort of inside half of the bat dribble out into the leg side, and it's not really the striker's call.
Payne in once more. That was a bit better bounce, again a little bit outside the line of the off stump, but again just a little bit further back of a length. So it's a challenge for Payne at the moment. The ones that are a little bit fuller are swinging a bit or just drifting on the breeze, because it is coming across the ground from the scoreboard side towards the Kennington Avenue side, so assisting him in theory, but hasn't quite got the radar right at the moment, albeit it's tidy. 14 for 1 off 9, and Somerset being made to work for the runs here. That's what Gloucestershire want to do, try and strangle them at the start.
Higgins to start a new over, and he is in bowls and able down the pitch and playing that one defensively with a dead bat.
Just conscious that we haven't mentioned our email address, and you can get in touch with us during the commentary. So it's commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us or ask us a question, express an opinion. All those things are welcome, and we'll try and do our best to answer them through the play.
Here comes Higgins. He bowls. Abel leaves. That one was wide and fairly short, but Abel decided not to have a cut at it. Just to say that we are aware that the stream is experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment, but we are aware of this, and there is furious workings going on behind the scenes to try and rectify that. As here comes Higgins. He's in and bowls. And Abel clips, doesn't get it past Worrell at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So apologies for the issues that are currently being experienced. I believe it's with the cameras behind the bowler's arms. I believe the other cameras are fine, but of course you're seeing everything from behind the bowler's arm at the moment, so we are aware of the issues and they are being worked on. Here comes Higgins. He bowls to Abel, who tries to flick leg side, and that one comes off his glove, I think, straight down into the ground, and Worrell does the fielding at short mid-wicket, but already that short mid-wicket position is paying off, or looks as if it might pay off. And as I look over where the weather's coming from at the moment, it still looks as though we should be okay for a bit, as Higgins bowls wide and Abel watches that one go well past him as he shoulders arms.
I wonder when Chris Dent spun the coin this morning, was it when it was in the air and it came down, he must have been very relieved to have had the choice of whether to bowl or not.
Certainly. And I think so often you hear people like us trot out the thing about 3 wickets before lunch if you win the toss and bowl, but I don't think really that's the case here today, as Higgins is in and delivers to Abel, defended up the pitch, and there's no run. Maiden over from Higgins. Somerset 14 for 1 after 10 overs, so they really are being tied down here. But I just think that, yes, of course Gloucestershire would like 3 wickets minimum before lunch. At the same time, though, the decision to bowl first was an absolute no-brainer, and then you add in the fact that Gloucestershire have batted last, albeit once they didn't bat first, but they've batted last in every match so far this season, and they like to do that, so really absolute no-brainer to win the toss and bowl. And if they don't pick up 3 wickets before lunch, then certainly couldn't say that they should have batted.
Well, here's the first change of the morning, and David Payne, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8, and Matt Taylor is going to take his place, so one left armour for another, and applause for his introduction into the attack. And this is the sort of morning when your connoisseurs of Championship cricket are like, pigs in a muddy field, aren't they? The scoring rate is slow.
I love that comparison.
Yeah, but you kind of know what I mean. The scoring rate is slow, but this is an intense start, and Taylor bowls again one that is definitely back of a length, first up to Byram, and he just gets solidly behind it and pushes it out tentatively on the offside, and again Lace comes in, this time from mid-wicket.
He didn't look the happiest with that delivery, did Eddie Byram. I think he was thinking, it's not supposed to lift off a length like that here at Bristol, come on.
Taylor, left arm over the wicket. Well, that was much fuller, and that was also wider as well. It just went a little bit in the air, but again taken comfortably by Bracey, so no racing start here for Somerset. And also bearing in, I was discussing this with somebody about 10 o'clock last night on a phone call about the fact that Gloucestershire in this position want to try and control how this match pans out. The toss gives them the opportunity to do that. Taylor in once more and defended by Byram. Somerset have played a game more. They're behind them in the table. If the weather forecast is accurate, then we are going to have some time lost in the game, which makes it more difficult to force a result. Right, okay then, well, we want to try and make it almost impossible for you, Somerset, to get a result out of it. Taylor past umpire Baldwin, and again that's a little bit straight, but again played from the crease off the back foot by the left-handed Byron. Taylor he scratches where that front foot comes down almost habitually when he goes back to his mark, probably almost in every over at some stage, just to make sure that he knows where the front foot is landing.
It is a horrible feeling though when you're running into bowl and you're not sure of the landing area.
Taylor in and clipped towards Cobain and eventually just past him, and Somerset are going to go for how many here? They're going to go back for 2. It's going to be a tight one, but they should be fine. And umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy will come in and rebuild the stumps at the Bristol Pavilion end.
That was way tighter than it should have been though. There was 2 there all day, but lots of hesitation. There was hesitation to start with, of course, because Byram couldn't see that the ball had gone past the fielder, but 2 different stages they hesitated there, and they turned a comfortable 2 into a very tight thing.
And the one stump was completely obliterated by Brace as he tried to take the throw. And Somerset up to 16 for 1. Byram has 9. Captain Tom Abel has 4. The man out, Tom Lammonby, run out by Ian Cobain, going for a single. That was his call, but it was never there. He was sent back, and he was well short by a direct hit. Ooh, and Taylor just enticing Byram with a wider one. It was a bit shorter. He thought about the cut. Would have been a nice shot had he got anything on it of any magnitude, but played underneath it in the end and taken by James Bracey. 16 for 1. Taylor's through his first over. Decides he's not going to have a sweater, and Josh Shaw comes steaming out with. Actually, he's going to have a. Wasn't sure he was going to have a sweater or not, but somewhere underneath that Gloucestershire top and bobble hat. Actually, I think it might be George Scott. But 16 for 1, and we are going to have Bracey standing up now.
Well, they've had enough of Tom Abel walking around, it seems. And here comes Higgins to bowl to him, and that's defended away out towards point. There's no run. The flags are still pretty much horizontal on the flag post on the top of the club office, but at least we're a little more sheltered here than we were in our previous position in the marquee. We've moved up into the Jessup Flats as that's turned away by Abel to forward square leg. Doesn't pick up a run for it, but I think we'd have been feeling it, very much feeling it in the marquee today.
This may not be an accurate description, but it looks to me as if all the office desks are turned towards the cricket. Funny that.
Here comes Higgins there and bowls. That's a little bit further back of a length, but Abel is playing from the crease defensively as he has to with Bracey standing up.
And to your point about the sort of the mid wicket and the short cover, was it in the Leicestershire run chase where they had 4 short mid wickets at one stage?
It was, yes, and I wish I could remember the names that were come up with for that formation. A delta formation was one, but Here's Higgins bowls, and tight leave from Abel. And it certainly got the slip cordon interested, but any leave is a good leave as long as it doesn't hit the stumps, apparently. Well, not that it doesn't hit the stumps, as long as you're not out off it, I think I should say. It's not a good leave if you pad up to one and you give it out. Higgins turns and comes in to bowl, and always had a fish at that as Tom Abel was back of a length, and I think he was trying either just to dab it down fine, or maybe he was looking to punch it into the gap at cover. Either way, he didn't get any bat on it, and Higgins is enjoying, I think, the fact that he's getting some carry out of this pitch, bowling a bit further back. Bowls now much fuller, and that's defended by Tom Abel, and it's another maiden over. Higgins has now got through 6 overs for 6 runs and 2 maidens. However, it may not be too long before we see Dan Worrell come into the attack.
Yeah, not a bad. I don't say I wouldn't call him the 4th change, because that would be very unfair. But Higgins has just taken a sweater and a sanitisation break for the players. Just to repeat our apology that we are conscious that there are 1 or 2 issues with the stream pictures at the moment, so apologies if you're not getting the absolute full service at the minute, but we have got people working on it to try and rectify that. But we are grateful we've had 45 minutes play. It was raining on my trip down the motorway this morning. Certainly at the Stroud Junction it was raining, and it was raining a little bit closer towards the ground as well, but blissfully, not only was it dry here, but it was dry most of yesterday afternoon as well, which would have helped the ground staff to dry out the outfield. I'm sure with the combination of covers and soppers and all the kit and paraphernalia at their disposal. More sawdust.
It's time for some more sprinkling.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, in that front foot mark where Matt Taylor's front foot is coming down, David Payne's doing the honours for him. Member of the Fast Bowlers Union, obviously. 16 for 1, and Lammonby the man out. Abel has 4 and Byram has 9, and Byram's waiting for Matt Taylor to come in from the Ashley Down Road end, and again that's pretty straight, and this is a John Bracewell style strangle, isn't it, at the moment, of the opposition, not letting them get away at all.
Yeah, and the only deliveries that they've had potentially to get away because of the stranglehold on them, the effect of all the other deliveries, they've played and missed at those deliveries which they might have been able to put away in a different circumstance.
Staying over the wicket, Matt Taylor, and comes in again. Byron goes back into his crease, and Somerset must be conscious too that having lost that early wicket, even if they don't get an express start, which clearly they haven't, they've got a strong batting order, and they may feel with, again it's a lot of the weather models that we've been seeing over the last 2 or 3 days, if those models are right, they may only be batting once in this match. Taylor in, that's almost a bit leg side, but again the sharp single, and they've got that one right this time, and the rotation of the strike at last gets Abel back to the strike at the Bristol Pavilion end.
I think so far Tom Abel
Byron into double figures.
I think so far Tom Abel seems to be on it with the calling, but he's having a bit of difficulty getting Eddie Byram to feel the same way. But time in the middle, I'm sure that will rectify itself, and Gloucestershire will be trying to make sure that they don't spend long enough out in the middle to get the understanding fully sorted.
Well, Somerset haven't hit a boundary yet, but it really has been a question of trying to adjust on this first morning to the pitch, and here is Taylor in, and Abel lets that go. So the off Somerset goes across him from the natural angle of the left armour.
You know what else is interesting, Ian? Looking around the scores from the rest of the country, until about 30 seconds ago, this was the only wicket, the run out here was the only wicket to fall this morning in all the games, and there's only one game where they haven't had any play at all.
So slow starts everywhere, and Taylor is punched into the offside, but straight to Ian Cobain by Abel.
So there have just been 2 wickets have fallen in about the last 30 seconds or so, but we can certainly say that for 45 minutes the only wicket to fall around the country was a run out, and you'd imagine that conditions are pretty similar all around the country to how they are here, which is just bizarre when you consider what happened in the first 45 minutes a couple of rounds ago, where you had a couple of matches where there were 4 or 5 wickets down already.
Yeah, Taylor to the right-handed Somerset captain Tom Abel. That's a bit straighter, and he'll work a single here out to Tom Smith, whose natural throwing horse is his left arm. He had to run round the ball, and that will mean, as that is the end of Taylor's over, that Abel will keep the strike, and Dan Worrell, I think, has taken off a sweater. So does that indicate, I wonder, that he is coming into the attack from the Bristol Pavilion end? I think it does.
Well, I think we're starting to see why there was a yellow warning for wind out today, because it does not seem to be getting lighter. But Dan Worrell chucking his sweater to the 12th man, and he thought he was chucking it towards him, but the wind's blown it well away from him. Thanks very much. But it will be Dan Worrell with what looks like he's got a sort of under shirt thing underneath his short sleeve sweater, and now there's going to be a chat between the umpires, and you wonder, are they talking about light? Because I don't think that it's currently raining, so I can only imagine they're talking either about light or something else. It is pretty gloomy, but whatever it is, they've decided we're going to play on. And Dan Worrell is into bowl to Abel, bowls well down the leg side, and that's clipped down to the man at fine leg, who is Matt Taylor, and James Bracey. He's lost his cap now. It's just a day for sailing caps.
Not a day for sailing, though, perhaps.
Well, I don't know. I think you need wind, don't you, for sailing?
Well, you do, but somebody will put us right on this. But I think that if it's too blustery, the sea can be just rather choppy. You'd rather be in an estuary, I think, today.
Here's Worrell, he bowls, and that's defended away up towards mid-on. Sounds a bit wet. I think I prefer standing in the box here to being in an estuary.
Right.
But in any case, the other thing about that throw was that
you get a certain protection from the land in an estuary, which you wouldn't get in open water.
Not if you're actually in the estuary.
No. End of conversation about sailing.
Here comes Worrell, and he bowls, defensively played by Byram, as Worrell bowling stump to stump this time. But the other thing about that throw is that hopefully James Bracey's fingers had some time to recover, because there really was a very worrying moment in that Leicestershire match when he was clearly in a lot of pain and had to go off, and Tom Lace had to put the gloves on for a fair while as Worrell bowls down the leg side, and it's away from the diving Bracey. It's going to be 4 runs. It was not far off James Bracey behind the stumps, but Byram just getting enough bat on that one to pick up a boundary, and in fact the first boundary of the match. 23 for 1, and now there's a second conference, and this usually spells trouble, I have to say, because it's rather rare that the second conference doesn't result in a stoppage in play, and that's exactly what we're unfortunately going to get, I believe.
I wonder if they're worried about the rain or the grey clouds away to our left and what they might be about to bring, but they're clearly going to read the light, one would assume, now at both ends. Are they? And Paul Baldwin is walking off. I wonder whether Steve O'Shaughnessy is going to put his light meter.
Yeah, I think he's got the light meter, or he had the light meter in his left hand, although interesting, it looks as though he's not going to take the reading yet. But here come the ground staff without covers, and
So
surely it's not lightning, is it?
Well,
So I certainly haven't seen or heard anything, but given the fact that it doesn't currently seem to be raining, there's no covers coming on. This is a, well, welcome back, spectators. Welcome back. We're not exactly sure why they're going off. Everyone's being very kind about it, but
yeah,
if it is lightning, then you can't imagine that the ground staff and the umpires would be hanging around. Maybe they're just waiting around for a bit, or perhaps they're having to have the light meter brought out to them. Maybe they didn't have it out there with them.
well, Paul Baldwin is now walking back out to the middle, so the players have gone off. 23 for 1 is the score in the 14th over. Steve O'Shaughnessy arguably is the more senior of the two umpires, and Paul Baldwin is now putting the light meter on the stumps.
Perhaps Steve O'Shaughnessy's wasn't working. That's the only thing I can think of, because it looked as if he had it in his left hand, but I think that must have been what was going on. There was a fault with the light meter.
Well, they have gone off after 53 minutes play, and 23 for 1 is the Somerset score. Lammonby run out in the second over by a direct hit from Ian Cobain, and here are the covers coming onto the ground. So it's unclear why. One can only assume that they were not happy about the light, and particularly with the potential maybe of rain imminent, although say the ground staff are not rushing to put the other sheets on the ground, and indeed even the pitch itself is not being covered at the moment. So it must be purely an issue that they believe that that it has to be the issue over light, and then the question is whether this cloud will actually go round the ground and without giving us any rain, such that they can restart without an extensive delay for pulling covers off, etc., etc.
Well, yeah, hopefully. I think they will just put those covers in position in case it rains whilst the stoppage for bad light is going on. It is looking brighter where the weather's coming from, and although it's pretty dark overhead at the moment, it does look as if it's going to get brighter really within the next, you'd think, 10 minutes or so. So I don't think this is going to be too long a delay, and in fact, I mean, it's already looking brighter than it was when they went off. So they'll set that reading now. That reading will be what they will use for the rest of the match, and it's one of the rules of cricket watching. I'm sure others have noticed this too. It's the second meeting between the umpires. That's usually the one that indicates that they'll go off. They sort of touch base with each other on the first meeting, and then it's second time unlucky, as a seagull's doing an impression of a condor in the Andes over there at the moment. Is hovering in mid-air. It's that kind of day.
And actually, on any other day, you can imagine the cries of "Get on with it!" would have been coming up from the stands. But on today of all days, I suspect the crowd will be a little bit more accepting of matters, because they're just glad to have had some play. And yes, it's been quite attritional, and you know, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, you'd have loved to have had another breakthrough, but they have got a wicket in this first hour. Somerset have made a slow start. They've made them work hard for the runs. We've only seen the one boundary, and they've tried to take a grip on the game and really sort of stifle any thoughts Somerset might have of a racing start, which, to be fair, didn't look likely. You know, given the overhead conditions, given how the pitch looked when we arrived at the ground this morning, just before it had its final cut, it always looked to be one that would offer more to the bowlers. And if it is going to be an on and off day, then it's always more difficult for the batsman to start and restart concentration-wise.
Yep, exactly. There's so many reasons to bowl first. I think we can come up with probably 10 more if we're given enough time. But yeah, pleased to say, at the moment the light is getting better, as it looks as if it would, but probably give it a few minutes or so just for this particularly dark bit to pass over. So
have you got the scores from the other match?
Just to update on what's happening elsewhere, there's not really been any kind of massive talking points so far, but just, if anything, to tell you about the fixtures that are taking place. The other two matches in this group, Hampshire versus Leicestershire, which of course started yesterday. They got the honour of being the first game with fans back in. Hampshire are currently 97 for 1 there. The only wicket that fell yesterday. Ian Holland has reached a half century, and as I say, 97 for 1. Surrey versus Middlesex, it's the reverse London derby. Surrey looking for revenge for what was a bit of a drubbing that they received at the hands of Middlesex at Lord's. But currently Surrey 47 for no wicket there at the Oval. Burns and Stoneman are in and have seen off the opening burst of Messrs Murtagh and Bamber, who make a very impressive opening combination. We know what Tim Murtagh can do, and in fact, well, Gloucestershire know what Ethan Bamber can do, but he seems to be turning himself into, I think Kevin Hann calls him Mini Mertz, but he is a very promising young bowler, is Ethan Bamber. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Group 1, which was the tightest group, but Derbyshire have fallen away a little bit, but this is still a group with some big matches in. Essex versus Warwickshire is a particularly big one. Essex currently top the group on 76 points, but they've played a game more than most of the other teams in that group. They're only 3 ahead of both Durham and Notts, who've both, as I say, got that game in hand. And then Warwickshire, who are just 9 points behind them, also with a game in hand. So that is a very important match taking place at Chelmsford, and Essex are off to a good start. Warwickshire 24 for 2, with Peter Siddle having taken both the wickets. So Dom Sibley, by the way, is playing in that, and he's currently not out, so we'll see how many runs Dom Sibley can manage. And the other fixture in that group is Notts versus Worcestershire, so that's 3rd versus 4th, and Notts 38 for 1, they are off for rain there. Meanwhile, in Group 3, Yorkshire not playing this week, and also not playing this week are Sussex. So Kent and Glamorgan haven't got on yet at Canterbury. There's going to be an inspection at 12:30, so they've clearly had plenty of rain there. And Northants versus Lancashire at Northampton, which is really, you'd have to say, if Lancashire were to win that, they've got 93 points from their 5 matches. They're already 25 clear of Northants, having played the same number of games, and they're 24 clear of Glamorgan, who've played a game more. So if Lancashire were to win that, then they've already got 1 foot in Division 1, you'd think, if not maybe a couple of toes as well, and they've made a decent start. Lancashire are 54 without loss at Northampton. So the Roses matches looked potentially to be key. Neither of them have been played. There'll be 2 Roses matches to come, but if Lancashire were to win there, then it's hard to see anybody catching them, even though they've still got to play each other. And the other point just to mention, because I didn't mention it earlier on, is just a reminder about the format that I'm sure most people don't need it, but I'll say it anyway. The points from the team that go through to the same division as you are carried forward in half. So it could be that if Gloucestershire were to get the draw or the win here, they might become big Somerset fans and hope that Somerset are the team going through to potentially Division 1 with them. But anyway, that's what's going on elsewhere in the country, and very pleased to say we're going to have things happening here very shortly.
Yeah, just 10 minutes lost because of that dark cloud, which clearly umpires O'Shaughnessy and Baldwin didn't like the look of. But at no stage were the stumps taken out. The pitch covers or the wicket covers were brought out but never put over the strip, and Sean Williams towed them off again. So that's quite positive work from the umpires there. They were quick in their decision to go off, but equally they were quick in their decision to sort out the return. We've only lost 10 minutes and we're still in this Dan Worrell over.
2 balls to go in it. So Worrell, first ball of the resumption to Byram, and Byram, the rather nasty sound off the bat there. I think that one came off the splice, or at least not the middle. Sounded like the kind of noise that bat on ball makes when there's a vibration through the hands, which happened rather a lot when I batted, and I can say I absolutely hated that. Here comes Worrell, bowls to Byram, and that's flicked away slightly aerially by Byram behind square on the leg side. They'll come through for a single, and so Byram will keep the strike. 24 for 1 is the score. Byram has 15, and you could make the argument that the interruption didn't come at too bad a point for Gloucestershire, in that Byram and Abel were starting to look a little more assured. At the same time though, maybe they've got back in, regrouped a little bit, and some of the running between the wickets might not be quite so frenetic.
Well, that's a fair point. Equally, Gloucestershire would say it's given them 10 minutes just to have a chat about how they've bowled and what they've thought about the first hour, and how they might just tweak things a bit. It will be Matt Taylor to continue from this Ashley Down Road end, and that's a little bit fuller, but still just punched from the crease up to mid-on by Byram.
I think that may be a delivery that we will see a bit more of. I think there's grass in the middle of the pitch, as I talked about. The thing is, you can get a little bit carried away with the carry that you can get bowling there. That's really one of the first deliveries that we've seen really given a chance to swing and been on the stumps.
Taylor, and that's inside the line from Byron. The ball just holding its line, not really deviating, and taken by a tumbling Bracey. So still Brathwaite, Hammond and Dent in at the slip cordon. Tom Smith is at point, Lace at extra cover, and the chirpy figure of Ryan Higgins at mid-off. So 6-3 field for Taylor, and that's just back of the length once more, and Byram just trying to get started again, having had his concentration just disrupted a little bit.
They're not the loudest team about, are they, Gloucestershire? I was thinking about the relative difference in volume levels if Somerset had been the ones to bowl first this morning, given what happened at Taunton in the other match and given the importance of the game to them.
Taylor in, and just outside off stump, and just going a little bit further away, taken by Bracey, and Worrell's down in front of the floodlight pylon at the Bristol Pavilion end. That wide long leg, and then Cobain square leg, and David Payne at mid on, the only men on the onside. Taylor's just a little bit of boot trouble there, but back at the end of his run. Quite a high stepping run, as many Gloucester supporters will know, and that's again clipped straight to Cobain by Byram. And the Somerset batsmen at the moment finding the fielders, or you could say the Gloucester bowlers are bowling to their field, which is it has been, you know, from a disciplined bowling performance so far today. They haven't given Somerset any freebies, and that's really what I'm sure Ian Harvey and Mark Lane would have talked a lot about. Taylor past umpire ball. That's again, it's a bit shorter, and that is worked off his hip this time by the left-handed Byron. They'll take one, but Worrell gets the throw in quickly, and it's fizzed in to brace his gloves, so they'll just have a single, and Byron will keep the strike for the start of what one would assume would be a new over from Worrell. 25 for 1 Somerset. Lammonby the man out in the second over. LBW to Cobain, and a direct hit from, well, he started at mid wicket, but he was probably closer to just a slightly forward square leg when he threw the ball in. And just apologies that earlier on this morning there were some issues with the stream, and they are we gather ongoing, so apologies for that, but I hope it's not impacting too much on the coverage for you on this first day of this local derby.
Here is Worrell off his trademark angled run, bowls, and Byron plays inside the line of a delivery which, yep, there was some lift there. However, Byron seeing it quite early and, as I say, playing well inside the line of it. But just going back to that point on the noise, though, the Somerset fielders are certainly the noisiest I've ever seen, and Tom Abel in particular, he gives encouragement for everything. That's down the leg side, and it's off the glove of Bracey, who I think has in truth done pretty well to stop that from heading to the boundary, because it was swinging down the leg side and he knocked it down and made sure that it was just the one by. 26 for 1. They've clearly decided if they're gonna err, they're gonna err too straight rather than too wide here. There have been only a couple of deliveries which have really got the batsman playing shots through the offside, and nearly all of the 26 or 25 runs off the bat that they've scored have been through the leg side so far. As here's Worrell, he's in and bowls, and that's he said that's very wide indeed, and from our angle can't have been too far off being called a wide, because I suspect it probably wasn't quite as wide as all that. Did a lot of work after it past Tom Abel, but either way, I think it's fair to say Dan Worrell hasn't quite settled into his usual rhythmic line and length so far. So here comes Worrell, he's there and bowls full and straight. They'll take off for the quick single this time. There was a bit of hesitation from Byram, but Abel was always through for that one, and the throw going to his end. So a good single taken by Somerset. 27 for 1, Abel up to 7.
Interesting watching Worrell front on, which from our previous commentary position, and indeed unless you watch right in the pavilion, I haven't seen a lot before. He's much squarer on than you see from side angle.
Here's Worrell, bowls to Byram, full and defended out towards cover. I actually wonder, and I'd have to go back and look at some old footage for this, but his run looks actually almost to be slightly straighter than I remember it. I remember it being even more angled than that, but he is still on. Well, there you go. No, that is pretty angled though, as he turns there and bowls, and Byram is playing rather late and inside the line, so that ends the over. Couple of runs have come from it, but Worrell so far not causing too many problems, and I think they've only had one real play and a miss. There have been a couple of deliveries outside off stump which Somerset have flashed at and missed, but there was only one delivery that was in such a good channel that
the Payne to Byron
exactly,
one.
yeah. A couple of flashing drives and a cut that missed, but in terms of pure delivery beating batsman, and because of the quality of the delivery it beat him, that's been the only one so far, I think.
Tom Abel waits for Matt Taylor to start a new over, and that's going across the right-hander and taken by James Bracey. The tapping you can hear was one of the ground staff putting some pins back in where that advertising, to keep that advertising board back in place. When I say pins, they're
not drawing pins.
No, not drawing pins. No, they're sort of tall steel rods, if you like, with a little hook on the top. And not only is the repair work going on the perimeter, also once again to the front foot mark, more sawdust. Taylor to Abel, and that's again a little bit of movement in the air that time, not a lot, but just enough, and Abel just squeezes that out on the onside. Still 27 for 1. In theory we've had an hour's play, 16 overs, but Gloucestershire just behind on the run on the over rate, and also we've had a brief stoppage, a 10-minute stoppage for bad light. Just a little bit of grass removed from the studs of Matt Taylor. Abel's quite a long way across his stumps, and he's got a very odd shot. That looked to be going out through the offside. I lost sight of it, and in fact it's gone wide of mid-on for 4. It was a very, very curious shot.
It was quite a flat batted pull shot, because he fetched the ball from a long way outside the off stump. You'd have thought that traditionally he'd be looking to cut that ball, but because he had to fetch it from so far outside the off stump, it went a long way in front of square, and it was very much played with a flat bat, but he hit it hard.
31 for 1, Abel up to 11, and Matt Taylor still with the 3 slips. Was that one a bit short to do, and that's steered out into the offside and fielded by Tom Lace. Remember the joy in the Gloucestershire dressing room after the win in the return fixture. They have to chase, it was 154, yes. And Bracey getting a big slug of those runs. Takes another ball from Taylor, which is outside the off stump. Looks a little bit frustrated with the line. Hasn't quite got things as he wants yet. And I suspect that maybe that breeze at ground level is a little harder to judge than we might. I mean, we are up on the 3rd floor of the apartments, and it gives us a good view of the play, but I suspect at ground level you kind of might almost overcompensate.
Yeah, it can't be easy to control the ball with conditions being as they are, and of course it doesn't just affect the ball after you release it, it's the run up as well. You're running into quite a crosswind, so that's got to be difficult. It's got to be very difficult on a day like this.
Taylor's going to try round the wicket to Tom Abel now, and that's steered away past 3rd slip. There's a chase for Lace and a chase for Hammond as well. They'll get 2, and return to Bracey on the full concludes Matt Taylor's over. He's had 3 overs from this Ashley Down road end. He and David Payne attacking from this end, and so the left armers from the same end and the right armers from the same end, and that will be consistent in the thinking about the breeze, which is coming right across the ground. 33 for 1 Somerset, who have done well to dig in since the loss of Lammonby when the score was 4 in the 2nd over.
Yeah, they have. You've got to give a lot of credit to the way that these two have gone about things so far, because they could have decided they were just going to play the natural game, keep playing their shots, but they're really trying to dig in and make sure that they're still there at lunchtime. As here comes Worrell, he bowls to Byram. Byram drops that one, just deadening it by taking the hand off the bat, to have possibly hit it quite high up on the bat, but well played by Eddie Byram. And as I mentioned before, really, these two have looked pretty good, and apart from a couple of flashes from Byram, which he seems to have put away from his repertoire, they're looking decent. That's left by Byram, and Bracey has knocked it down and made sure that it's not a bye, but not the cleanest bit of work there. I think it must have fallen slightly in front of him, but once more Byram just happy to play inside the line, and the length is quite far back. It's not right up there, and they've got cover open inviting the drive, but there's no drive balls so far. Byram drops into the offside, looking for that gap possibly for a single, but can't find it, and it's away to backward point. It's a lovely view from up here. You can see right across out over towards Cottam Hill and looking towards the centre of Bristol. And as here comes Worrell, he's in and bowls, and Byram, he just gets a little bit tucked up with that one, but plays it comfortably enough out into the offside once more. But so far, Worrell 2.4 overs for 7, and it took him a very long time to pick up his only wicket of the match, as it turned out, at Lords, and he was given some stick from his teammates for that. He bowled very well, he just hadn't taken any of the wickets. He bowls now, and Byram angles that one down towards third man. They'll pick up 2, I think that's all they'll get, as Chris Dent tests out the outfield to see how far he can slide again. 2 runs taken, and the score 35 for 1. Byram up to 18. But yeah, Worrell was getting some stick from the likes of Matt Taylor and Ryan Higgins especially, who'd got a few wickets between them, but Worrell didn't get one until I think the very last wicket of the match. He bowls now, and that's a good ball. That's one of the better balls that we've seen this morning, passing the outside edge of Byram, and I think he did have a bit of a flirt with that one. That wasn't the comfortable play inside the line that we've seen a lot this morning. So 18 overs have been bowled, 35 for 1, so the run rate is still crawling along. It's only not even quite 2 runs an over, so still tough going, but at the same time Somerset will be quite happy with this at the moment.
I think if you'd have offered them this scoreline, given the conditions, they lost the toss, I think they would say not a bad start, and Taylor with a much better ball round the wicket to start his new over, and Abel, he didn't really push hard at it, but there was a nice carry on it to James Bracey, and it was certainly in that sort of area where you would be teasing the batsman, certainly if you had 2 or 3 more in that area. Taylor from round the wicket, and again Abel forward this time, and places quickly onto it. Prevent any addition to the score. No umbrellas up, I'm pleased to say, in the mound stand. That is where almost exclusively the crowd are watching this match. We can't see the stand down below us, but imagine there is a sprinkling, and there in front of the apartments as well. Taylor staying round the wicket, trying to pull Abel forward a little bit, but he wasn't enticed by that, just happy to play defensively, quietly. Both batsmen now in double figures, although Byram's had quite a bit more of the strike.
Been a better over this so far, I think, by Matt Taylor. That is the line and length. And at the first ball, maybe just a little bit of seam movement there.
That short and pulled, and that wasn't quite so clever. And a long chase round for Dan Worrell from in front of the club office, down at long leg, and he'll get a comfortable two. The pitch is very central for this match, so the square boundary is very long, and you would think that plenty of opportunities for threes, or indeed an all-run four potentially.
Yeah, because the outfield will not be as quick either as it was for the first few matches, so the ball could really hold up towards the ropes.
37 for 1 Somerset. Abel waits for Taylor again, that's a bit back of a length, and Abel content to defend.
I don't think that Matt Taylor should be testing Tom Abel out with too much short stuff. He's got 6 runs off the 2 balls that have been banged in short at him, and whether it's, you never know though whether it's intentional, especially with issues with the landing area. If the foot just slips ever so slightly, then the ball is going to be dug in short.
Abel waits still with 3 slips, and that's punched down the ground. That's probably the best shot he's played, and that will go straight for 4. David Payne won't be able to cut that off. That was just pitched that bit further up and punched well down the ground, all in the timing, and that is obviously the shortest boundary on the ground. It's a longer straight boundary towards the pavilion, and Somerset up to 41 for 1. Abel on to 19. He's overtaken his partner, his opener Eddie Byram, and 41 for 1 from 19 overs. Somerset. We've had a brief interruption for bad light, but other than that 10 minutes when we were briefly off the field, we had a full morning here, which was, I think, the best we could have hoped for. It didn't look as if we might get through without any rain, but so far we have.
Worrell into Byram, and Byram tries to turn into the leg side and doesn't get anything on it really, drops out onto the pitch, and I think we are getting some rain falling now. It's really blowing across the ground. You can see from our position up here on the 3rd floor of the flats how it's really sweeping across the ground, but it's very fine rain at the moment. And once again I say it is brighter where the weather's coming from, as Worrell bowls to Byram, and Byram is deadening that one away into the silly mid-on region. No run. It looks as though at the moment they're going to try and ride this out, and hopefully the rain abates, but it's providing a bit of a test for the spectators out there today. They've not been welcomed back with the best of days, but like you say, I did not expect that we would only have had a very brief interruption in the first hour and a half, as Byram gets a delivery that's back of a length and defended away once more pretty comfortably. I think they have, it would be overly critical, but I think they have just bowled a little bit too short, Gloucestershire, so far. And, you know, admittedly, Matt Taylor bowled a delivery right at the end of that last over, which was right up there, and Abel played a beautiful straight drive to it, but you've got to get them playing shots like that. But so far, Abel, the ball is making a really nice crack off his bat. Byram, perhaps not quite so much, but the important thing from Somerset's point of view is he's still there. But at the moment, Abel looks like somebody in some form. But the test, as ever, for Tom Abel, and I think this is a fair comment, it's turning those starts into big scores, because he's somebody with so much promise. Really lovely player to watch as Worrell bowls, and that's turned away towards the short mid-wicket region. There's no run. But when you look at Abel's first-class career, 27 50s, 700s, and he's never gone past 135. So the difficulty for him has been turning those promising knocks into really big ones. Looks as though the rain has more or less gone. It is still just about there, but it's certainly lighter than it was as Worrell does not release the ball, and I think possibly still not too delighted with where the feet are landing. Either that or there was some movement behind the bowler's arm, which of course is something that they're going to have to get used to again. People behind the sight screen as Worrell bowls full, driven, nice shot from Byram. That's down towards the long off boundary. It'll test the outfield. It's a bit slow up there, but it's going to make it for 4 runs. So a couple of pleasant straight drives from both batsmen, and that was definitely the shot of the morning from Eddie Byram so far. 45 for 1 are Somerset, and Byram is up to 22. But once again, I say you've still, for me, you've got to bowl it there. You're not quite just serve up half volleys, of course, but you've got to pitch it up, I think. And now there's going to need to be some drying of the ball, because it's a fair old way up there and it travelled all along the ground.
Worrell coming round the wicket.
Emerges from behind the umpire, bowls, and angles that one in. And very solid defence from Byram. 45 for 1 is the Somerset total. 20 overs bowled so far, and just a sense that these two are maybe thinking about coming out of their shells a little bit, but at the same time I think Gloucestershire might welcome that, the way it's been going.
I think there was a call from umpire O'Shaughnessy towards the ground staff. It might have been for more sawdust, I think, because Dan Worrell put some in his front foot mark in the last over. Matt Taylor and David Payne made quite a big hole in the pile of sawdust at this end. So whether they'll need some more before lunch, I'm not sure, but here is one of the ground staff with a bucket. I'm sure that there'll be some sawdust in there, which may come out maybe after this over from Taylor. Abel's on 19, and he's waiting for him from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's let go outside the off stump.
Definitely one of those days where the pitch is not going to look pretty by the end of it.
No, in fact, they may want some more sawdust now, actually. The ground staff is in fact bringing out some more extensive supplies. Just looking at where Dan Worrell is following through, in fact already there's quite a mark, isn't there, at the Bristol Pavilion end for his sort of 3 strides immediately after he's planted his front foot.
Yeah, and you would imagine Jack Leach is already eyeing those up from inside the Somerset dressing room with the left-handers that there are in Gloucestershire's side. Of course, an extra left-hander this match, with Miles Hammond coming in for George Hankins being the only change. So equally, though, can be turning it from outside the right-hander's leg stump. So yep, he'll be interested in that already, I think.
There's more of a mark at the far end than there is from Taylor and Payne at this end. But with the footholds filled, Taylor pitches almost at Yorker length this time for Tom Abel, but he doesn't really commit fully to the shot, so it's just a little push out on the offside. A signal from Higgins to the pavilion. There is some drizzle in the air.
Constant battle as well. I mean, every ball Matt Taylor is having to remove clumps of grass from his studs.
Umpires
might have had enough of the drizzle.
The umpires having another chat. It's
I don't think anybody wants to go off.
12:33,
but they're going to.
And the umpires have said at the moment they think it's too heavy to continue.
Eddie Byram certainly didn't want to go off. You can see that.
And they're also going to take. Are they going to take the stumps out? The answer to that is yes. So they are going to cover the pitch this time. So in the middle of the 21st over, we have a second stoppage, and Somerset, I think they will feel quietly happy with the morning, possibly even happier than Gloucestershire at 45 for 1. Byram has 22 and Abel has 19. They would have been right on the back foot following the early loss of Lammonby, but only 4 boundaries in the morning's play, but Abel and Byram have. Oh, and in fact, the confirmation actually that lunch has been taken early. So again, they've looked very quickly at that, and Steve O'Shaughnessy and Paul Bourbon have been decisive. So lunch will be taken at 12:35. That would mean a 1:15 resumption in theory, and we hope therefore that can be the case. Gives us a chance to actually look at this morning's play in a bit more detail just as we conclude this first session of play. 45 for 1 Somerset. They lost the toss. Gloucestershire had made the one change with Hammond coming in for Hankins. Somerset brought back in both Overton and Leach into their side, and I guess it's been as competitive as we would have thought in front of a very watchful, attentive kind of crowd who are just soaking up everything.
Yeah, and really apart from that moment of madness at the start of things where, as you can see on the card on your screen, Tom Lammonby run out by Ian Cobain, just dropping the ball out into the leg side and then setting off blindly. Byram quite rightly not interested, and Lammonby couldn't get back in time. But apart from that, like you say, it's been I don't know if cagey is the right word to describe it, but Gloucestershire haven't really gone hunting for wickets too much. They've been quite patient, and so far that's been the case for Abel and Byram as well. And just as they were, I think, really both starting to find their timing, they had to go off, and particularly Eddie Byram was not particularly keen to do so, but they don't of course get a say in it. And because of that early lunch, hopefully we won't lose very much time at all, and like you say, it's decisive quick umpiring that to decide that lunch is going to be taken right there and then.
So the bowling figures for Gloucestershire this morning: Payne 5 overs 2 maidens no wicket for 8, Higgins 6 overs 2 maidens no wicket for 6. Both those two really kept the lid on Somerset in the first 45 minutes or so. We then had a brief stoppage. Matt Taylor had started his spell by then. He's bowled 5 overs and 2 balls, no maidens no wicket for 17, and Dan Worrell 4 overs for 13 runs. The bowlers run up at the Bristol Pavilion end are being covered. I'm sure they'll be pinned down as well because that wind is pretty strong. And 45 for 1 is the score at what will be an early lunch here at the Bristol County Ground. So if you wish to have yours in time with the cricket and be back with us, we'd be welcome to have you with us again from 1:15, when hopefully this rain will have blown through. That's possibly one of the merits of this strong wind today, and we can resume without any further loss. But bowlers run-ups being covered. The players are off because of some drizzle, and we'll hope to resume at 1:15 with Somerset 45 for 1, having been put in this morning by Chris Dent. Tom Lammonby, the man out, run out in the second over by a direct hit from Ian Cobain for 3. Byram 22 not out, Abel 19 not out, and a fascinating session in prospect this afternoon. We'll rejoin you shortly before 1:15. Somerset at the moment 45 for 1 as the players take an early lunch.